Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, everybody. I hope everybody's doing well. We are here.
Scritty says, hello.
Hello. I do not know what was going on with Twitch yesterday, but it went on for a while. Because I was not even able to pull...
Yugal87 says, hello there.
No, I was not even able to pull our regular show until late last night. So I do keep copies of the regular shows. You know, so I don't know what was going on with Twitch, but hopefully everything's working today. The voices seem to be working. GTA 6 category and their entire system died. Well, yeah, is that what happened? Is that when everything, maybe something else happened to other people as well? Twitch, yeah, it definitely did that. And it was funny because it was right when we left our show. It was right when we were getting ready to leave because we weren't even able to do our raids because we couldn't do polls. Which reminds me, I should check. Do we have polls back? Let me look real quick here. Can we do polls again? Nope, polls are still gone. Let me see if I can add it. Is it down here now? Manage your poll. Okay, yeah, polls are back. You can pick them. Let's see if it shows up. Yep, shows up. Okay, we have polls back. I didn't even check that because when I did check it the last time I checked it last night, they weren't there anymore, but they are back, so that's good. Watching stream, you still could, but even refreshing the stream. Twitch Live, this is what a friend of mine said who I trusted. Have to repeat, if you were watching a stream, you still could, but even refreshing the stream had a 50-50 chance of leaving you. Yeah, because we refreshed it a couple times and it just kept saying nope, 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 nope. So apparently GTA is living up to its reputation here. We got mugged. Someone stole our car. So let us do. I'm sorry. I'm fixing something over here on the right here because now that everything's working again, I can get them done. So I'm going to take a second here. But yeah, it looks like everything is working again. Let's see. Let's check YouTube. Yeah, YouTube is on there. It seems happy. Yeah. I do have to make a vertical version of the show so that the YouTube vertical thing will work. Which will give us we should have a vertical version anyway, so. Stream services were still online, but admin services like starting a stream was not. Yeah. Well, a lot of the stuff that we use every day disappeared, so it happens. I mean, it's tech. Tech screws up sometimes. There's no way around that. Alrighty. We're all set. That over here on the right is all taken care of. Let's do our hellos. Good morning, Yugal, and welcome to our time zone. Grumpy Otter, hello. Frantic, hello, and I'm glad that it's Friday as well. Oni Demon, good morning. Santu, hello. I need no name. Hello, how are you? Cyborg Chipmunk, thank you very much for the 20-month sub. Prime sub, thank you. Scry, say hello. Hello. Nah. Chryson, hello. All right. So, yes, we are working. It is good. Things are happening. Everything appears to be correct. So, all in all, hopefully the TTS will be working good too. I'm assuming that it had something to do with that. It doesn't look like it's put any errors out this morning. Yeah, 2 of you have used it. Scry and Yugal. It worked for both of them. It doesn't have any errors on this list. So let us see what happens throughout the day. Our shirt today is, you know what that sounds like? Not my problem. Or as they say in Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy, it's a SEP, or someone else's problem. That's why you don't see UFOs, is because your brain blocks them because they're SEPs. They're someone else's problem. All right. Our movie today is Borat, made in 2006, 20 years ago. Yeah, not my circus, not my monkeys. It's true. Kazakh journalist Borat Sagdiyev, I can't pronounce that, travels to America to make a documentary. As he zigzags across the nation, Borat meets real people in real situations with hysterical consequences. This was 20 years ago. Yeah, Frigga and I were having a conversation last night about how long ago things were that because we do this is actually what caused the conversations. And she said the exact same thing, by the way, Yuko. You know, and the oldest movie that I have in my collection is 111 years old. And I believe that's Birth of a Nation, which is an old black and white silent film. And I think the next one is Nosferatu. Might be the next one. There might be one that is more, but let me come down here to where the big numbers are. So, but to think that there are movies that are over 100 years old, that is just absolutely fascinating to me. Let's see this one here. What is this one? It's 110 years old. And it is, let me find it here. Oh, Intolerance, made in 1916. It's 110 years old. Whew. But that's not the oldest one on my list here. I'm trying to find the oldest one here real quick. I'm pretty sure it's Birth of a Nation. 111 years old. This one, is that it? Yeah, Birth of a Nation, made in 1915. So yeah, time goes by really, really fast. We were going through the list of some of the movies, and like Breakfast Club. Everybody knows Breakfast Club. It's 40 years old. And you're like, what? How could Breakfast Club be 40 years old? Let's see. The Navigator, which is I believe, yeah, Navigator's 102. Yeah. So yeah, so it time goes by really, really fast. And that's one of the reasons why we put the actual dates and years that have passed in here, because it's just like, what the hell? Let me find Breakfast Club real quick, so I'll make sure I have the right date here. must be up here. It's in the sorted area, so it's not in alphabetical order, so I'm never going to find it. Ah. You can do this. Dooper-dooper-doosh, dooper-doosh. Okay, here it is. Found it. And the Breakfast Club is 41 years old. "41 years old. It's just interesting. It's an interesting way to look at things, and I really like the fact that we put the dates up now. That's a long breakfast. Yeah. Okay, let's look at our album for today. Heading into brunch. Would you call them the brunch bunch? They went from the Breakfast Club to the brunch bunch. All right, our album today is Kanye West, Yeezus, released Tuesday, June 18th, 2013, 13 years ago. Songs include On Sight, Black Skinhead, I Am a God, New Slaves, Hold My Liquor, I'm In It, Blood on the Leaves, Guilt Trip, Send It Up, and Bound 2. So yeah, so there we go. We have all those done. So what do you guys want to talk about? What is the subjects you would like to talk about? I mean, we could talk about movies that you would think are relatively close to the date and find out that they're not, but because I found that very fascinating. But I like silly stuff like that, so yeah. Oh, there's one that's always fun. Let's see how many years ago that was. RoboCop is 39 years old. A friend of mine was surprised that Finding Nemo was released. Yeah, it's 23 years old. Another one is the Harry Potter movies. That's another one that is just like, you're like, wait a minute, what? Let's see. Find Shrek. Yeah. I believe you're right. I think the first Shrek was in 2001, which was 25 years ago, a quarter century ago. It's not, we'll find it over here. Let's go ahead and open up IMDb. Ba-doop, 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 ba-doop. Yeah, 2001, 25 years ago. Good evening, Master Sprite. Yeah. Thor likes to remind us of that. Really? I didn't know that he was even interested. Oh, interesting. Yeah, 25 years ago. That's crazy. But yeah, so we were having this conversation last night, and it was really, really fascinating. I mean, even like Toy Story is another example. Everybody knows Toy Story. Toy Story was 31 years ago. That is crazy. Iron Giant's another one. Iron Giant, I loved Iron Giant. It's 27 years ago. So yeah, I was going through this and oh, this one always makes me laugh. The Last Crusade, Indiana Jones, The Last Crusade, 37 years ago. That's crazy. Even Weird Science was 41 years ago. Blade Runner was 44 years ago is when it was released. So you can see that time is a very interesting thing because it goes by, I wouldn't say it goes by fast. It's a steady, always moving thing. So though we, from a relativity's perspective, our brain moves fast and slow within time. Time doesn't. Time just keeps going at a steady pace at all times. Ha! All pun intended. You know, even movies that you would think were relatively new, like Pleasantville is a good example, is still 20-something years old. It's 28 years old. So yeah, time does not mess around. Time just like, nope, I'm here. You know, Spy Kids is another one that's 25 years old. I like Spy Kids. It was a good movie. And even one that people talk about still is like Forrest Gump. Forrest Gump came out 32 years ago. I actually launched at these lines in Avengers, where Peter is like, remember this really old movie called Aliens? Yeah. Aliens was quite a while ago. That is 100% true. Aliens, the original, was 40 years ago. That's the second one. Because the Alien, which was the one that started it all, was let's see. Oh, it's not in my list. Why is it not in my list? That should have been in my list. Let's look over here. Okay, so that's 47 years ago? Yeah, Alien, the first one, was 47 years ago. Because it was 1979. So that's 21 plus 26. So 47 years ago for Alien. I should laugh to remember about Aliens. Aliens was really, really good. Game over, man. Yeah, Alien 47 years ago, the first one. It's all craziness. But yeah, but like I said, our brains play fast and loose with time because there's times when, and I know everybody's experienced this, where the day seems to go forever. And then there's other times when days just disappear, because your whatever consciousness level you're in, or whatever your brain is doing, it perceives time in different ways. But time itself doesn't care. Time itself just keeps that pace, always moving at the same pace forward, and never stops. Time marches on. Good point. Just 5 more minutes. An hour goes by. Well, computers are a big thing like that too. Just one more thing. And I'm guilty of that, just like everybody else that has anything to do with computers. You blink and it's done. Yeah, but that's also one of the reasons why I like putting the movies up, is because it's important to remember. This one, it'll freak you out. Let me see if I can find it here. Let's see. Let me find this one real quick, because this one is like 80 years old. Yeah, there it is. The Wizard of Oz, something pretty much everybody's seen, is 87 years old. Came out in 1939. It's going to be 100 years old in 13 years. And we've all seen it. We've all seen the flying monkeys. We've all seen the witch melt down with water on her. Why do you have a Pokemon drop zone? Or are they global? I don't know anything about a Pokemon drop. What are you talking about? I know nothing about it. Is that something that I can turn on and off? Yeah, I know nothing about that. Nope. So like 101 Dalmatians, another one. It's the exact same age I am, because it's 64 years old. And because it was made the year I was born. Or it was released the year I was born. So yeah, so it's fun to do that, and I know that we added it to our thing because you can watch, stream, or just chat for 20 minutes a day for 3 days to earn badges. What is this? It's interesting how I never watch most well-known movies. Oh, yeah, I did, and I'm sure Jason mentions this. Oh, I don't know anything about Pokemon, but if they're making money off of me and I'm not getting part of it, then what the hell? Like I was saying, is I've made my boys watch all kinds of movies that they would have never watched unless I made them do it, because I thought that they needed to be able to be able to have conversations about them once they hit high school, and it paid off. Oh, this will make you laugh. Young Frankenstein, and you've all seen Young Frankenstein, right? Young Frankenstein was released 52 years ago, a half a century ago. But then one of my favorite Polish TV shows is from what show is that? What show is from 1966? Looks like this. Don't think it's in English anywhere. Let me check. Okay, cool. Yeah, because I collect a lot of TV shows from everywhere. I have what is it? Ulysses 33 or something like that. I remember that. I have that one. I have a lot of shows that people, when I was in the UK, sent me from. I have stuff from all over the world. Oh, there's one that that we were talking about last night. Secret of Nim. Secret of Nim came out 44 years ago. That is an amazing animation. Really, really cool. Another one is Gremlins. Gremlins came out 42 years ago. National Institutes of Mental Health. A Childhood Trauma. That's the name of the show? No English version. What's the National Institutes of Mental Health? The Childhood Trauma. No, my childhood trauma. That's where the rats are from. And mice. Okay, you guys are obviously in a cover. Oh, this. Oh, yes, Secret of Nim. Sorry. I love that movie. That movie was great. Gremlins is another one. Sorry, yeah, my brain was already skipping ahead, and I missed that. So that's why I always forget that my movie references, not everybody's going to get, because a lot of people that I talk to weren't born at the time that they came out. It's like like Kevin Bacon movies. Tremors is a perfect example. Tremors, the original Tremors is 36 years old. The original movie Westworld is 53 years old. Oh, this is one we laughed about last night. So, Guardians of the Galaxy. You would think, oh, that movie just came out a short time ago. It's 12 years old. Guardians of the Galaxy is 12 years old. Then we started getting into the Harry Potter ones, and the latest part 1 of Deathly Hallows is 16 years old. So, and this one always makes me laugh. And I remember seeing this one and a really bad projection.
For the Horde!
Oh, thank you. Thank you very much. I remember seeing this one in a really bad old projection TV that had the big lenses. Indiana Jones, the first one, is 45 years old. That is craziness. Raiders of the Lost Ark is 45 years old. Let's see, I know we have Lord of the Rings in here. I'll find all. Survey says Return of the King. Return of King is 23 years old. So let's see. Sorry, this thing's not opening up. Where's the other ones? Interesting. Yeah, so Return of the King is 23 years old. This one will make you feel old too. The Empire Strikes Back. Sorry. The Empire Strikes Back is 46 years old. Well, there is the old cartoon of Lord of the Rings. That is from the 70s. But the movie, Lord of the Rings, Ring of Power, 2001. So it's 25 years old. The first Lord of the Rings movie is 25. Huh? Yeah. I'll tell you this, Peter Jackson made a really good movie before this, before the Lord of the Rings movies, which I go back and watch every now and then. And it has Michael J. Fox in it. It's called The Frighteners. I really liked that movie. That movie was a lot of fun. Yeah, the Lord of the Rings Baskin cartoon was really, really old. Let me find it here. It was 1978. So it's over 40. But I remember watching that one I was in Laguna Beach. We were stoned out of our minds, and it's 70, yeah, about that, about a year after it came out, 79, I think. It was just before I stopped doing that stuff. The movie was a tough one to get through, but it was at least interesting. But it was 48 years ago. Yeah. It makes you wonder what happened to all the people that were in it or did the voices for them at the time. John Hurt was in it. He did Aragorn. I always liked John Hurt. He was a cool actor. Liked the stuff he did, and was in Alien too. So, and was in Spaceballs. So yeah, so those are fun conversations that I have. Is I like having those kind of conversations. Where did it come from? How old is it? Back in the day, they used actual humans, yeah, for the rotoscoping of animation and stuff like that. I think that's how they did that one, if I remember correctly. But the voices, the voice actors were quite, yeah. It's funny, is Legolas, and the voice for Legolas in the Ralph one was C-3PO. Or he became C-3PO later. Or was it the same year? It was the same year. So he had two movies, Lord of the Rings, the cartoon, and C-3PO. He played Legolas. That is hilarious. Things we didn't know when we woke up this morning. So yeah, so we got into this conversation last night because I was going through, I have to put up some new movies into the list. So we were going through and looking at some of the things. You know, Goonies is another one that people kind of go, oh, wait a minute, Goonies isn't that old. It's 41 years old. Yeah, things just, it just goes by so fast. Chronicles of Narnia, The Lion, the Witch, and the Wardrobe, 21 years old. Ha, that one's funny. Monty Python, The Holy Grail, 51 years old. Too funny. So yeah, so I was collecting more movies so that we would have more movies to show. And I've come up with, God, how many are here? 436 to... Yeah, so over 300 more movies. I just have to get all the data for them. But some of them are pretty damn cool. So we'll get there. We will get to them all. The trick is to make sure that none of them are repeats of the 420 that we already have in the list. Because that's the tricky part. Because right now we have 27 ready to go. So we're covered for the next month or so. And then, or month and a half. And then I have a new list of over 300 to just collect things on, collect information on. And hopefully, meaning descriptions and stuff like that, because I have to make sure that we get all that stuff correct, because it gets really, really bizarred out. Life of Brian. Life of Brian is 47 years old. Crazy. Steve Martin's Little Shop of Horrors is 40 years old. That's just craziness. Yeah, Nosferatu, the old one, is 104 years old. And I remember Eddie Izzard did a movie later called Shadow of the Vampire, which was the making of Nosferatu. It's really good to watch. Is you watch Nosferatu first, the black and white silent one, then you watch Shadow of the Vampire. And it's supposed to be like a mockumentary, documentary type thing of them making the movie. It was really, really cool. Well, here's an example. Parasite, which is just won the Academy Award 7 years ago. You would not think that it was that long ago. It was 7 years Parasite won the Academy Award. Yeah. That's just it. Time is there and it's doing its thing. Oh, Arnold's first movie, Pumping Iron. Pumping Iron is 49 years old. Raiders of the Lost Ark is 45. School of Rock with Jack Black is 23 years old. But there's a lot of movies where you're just like, oh, that movie just came out. Speaking of Korean movies, have you seen I Saw the Devil 2010? I don't know. I'll have to look it up. Let's look it up. Okay. Let's see. A secret agent extracts revenge on a serial killer through a series of captures and releases. No, I have not seen this. Interesting. Let me see if I have it in my system, because there's movies that I've bought that I may not have. Let's see, movies, eyes. Doop 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 doo. Now I saw what you did. No, I don't have it in my system. I'll add that to my list. Put this over here. Movies to pick up. Yeah, it's that old. School of Rock, 2003. 23 years ago. Let's see, where's Final Destination? Yeah, the Final Destination movies are pretty old too. Okay, find all. No, I don't have it in here. Okay, let's go to I am the base. Final Destination is 26 years old. "26 years," because it came out in 2000. We have 48 seconds before zombies. So yeah, so I know that one of you, and I forget who because it's been some time now, is because you guys brought it up, we started adding how many years ago it was that movies and the albums came out and stuff like that. And now it's something that I'm just absolutely not obsessed with, but something that I'm just like, ooh, I wonder how long ago that was, type thing when I think of a movie. Because some movies that I watched when I was a kid are super old. I mean, like Sergeant York is a perfect example. Let's see if I can find the year. Because all of the Gary Cooper stuff. Yeah, so it's over 80 years old. Sergeant York. Let's see, 59, 60, 65, 75, 85. So yeah, it's 85 years old. It's Sergeant York. I love Sergeant York. Gary Cooper, all the Gary Cooper movies are really good. Like there's a lot of really good ones out there. But old, really, really, really old movies. Let's see. Mr. Deeds Goes to Town. All those just amazing movies. Where's the one I'm looking for? Part of the Yankees. That one's really, really good. Where he plays Lou Gehrig in 1942. Final Destination. Yeah, I was a big fan of the old movie stuff. The old actors, all that kind of stuff. It was a lot of fun when I was growing up. Because it was the one thing that I could do and not get in trouble for. Okay, and we're back. Let's see, what do you got to say? Final Destination. Yeah, Final Destination's old. 25 years old. Oh, I know one. Let me look this one up. This will make you laugh because it was like... dun, 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 dun. Okay, here you go. The very first Nightmare on Elm Street. A Nightmare on Elm Street. 42 years ago. I think it was one of Johnny Depp's first movies, wasn't it? If I remember correctly. I mean, he had done television, but I think it was one of his first movies. Let's see. Yeah, there he is. Let's see if how close it is to his first movie. Look on his list here. It was his first movie. Was A Nightmare on Elm Street. It was Johnny Depp's first movie in 1984. That's hilarious. Did not even know who he was at the time. I think I didn't really realize who he was until 21 Jump Street. And I never watched the show because it just wasn't the kind of show that I cared about. But, and all the other things he did before that, I really didn't care. I did like him in Edward Scissorhands. You know, but that was years later. Because Edward Scissorhands was 1990, so 36 years ago. Oh, I know. Let's see. Oh, I don't have any in there? Really? That's a movie I need to add if it's not in here. Okay, there it is. All right. A Nightmare Before Christmas. 33 years ago. Okay, well, we've burned this into the ground, so yay. Quick recap, our shirt today was You Know What That Sounds Like? Not My Problem. Movie today was Borat in 2006, 20 years ago. Album of the day was Kanye West, Yeezus, released 13 years ago. The Terminator is also 42 years old. The first one. So what other movies do you guys suggest? Because I know I have a list and I keep updating it and stuff like that and putting new stuff into it. But what movies would you guys suggest? What movies do you think are amazing movies? I've added I Saw the Devil, in 2010, so that I can look that one up and put it in, get it in my system. What other movies should we all watch? Because I rewatched Memento the other day because it was one of our shows. Last Samurai I already have. Got that one, of course. Yep, that and Yojimbo. Love those movies. Yojimbo actually came out the same year I was born, so you always watch the movies from the year you were born. I got quite a few good ones. Yeah, Tom Cruise did okay in that one. I'm not a big Tom Cruise fan, but I think he did okay in that one. Billy Connolly's in it too, so you can't go wrong there. And if you want something that's just fun and goofy, and you'll watch it and go, what did I just watch? But if you ever run into somebody that saw it too and it comes up, you will talk about it for an hour. And that's The Last Dragon. Barry Gordy's Last Dragon is a masterpiece. If you haven't watched it, watch it. It's old. But Barry Gordy wanted to make a movie. He's Bruce Leroy, that's the one, yeah. Catches bullets with his teeth. $1985. I don't know what that guy went on to do. I think he kind of disappeared. But Show Enough was on JAG for a long time. Show Enough, Shogun of Harlem. Yeah, Vanity, all that stuff. Yeah, that was a good. I love that movie. It is so immensely hilarious. Yeah. Let's see, 15 plus 26, 36, 41. It's 41 years old. Bruce Leroy catches bullets with his teeth. And then I can't say the next sentence because people will get mad. But he can say it in the movie. Golden Child's another one. Golden Child was really good. I really like that. I want the knife. Yeah, Golden Child was 1986. Eddie Murphy was hilarious in that movie. Charles Dance was in it too. He was pretty cool. Victor Wong, James Hong. I like James Hong. He was a nice guy. Met him a couple times. The movie Edge of Tomorrow. That's a good one too. That's Tom Cruise and the whole repeating the battle over and over thing. If I remember. Yep. Tom Cruise, Emily Blunt. Let's see. Don't have any movies to recommend. I only watched Scooby-Doo on repeat when I was younger. Oh, that's pretty good though. Scooby-Doo was hilarious. The movie or the cartoon? I have to ask because I don't know how old you are. All You Need Is Kill, 2025. Okay, I'll add that to the list here. Add it to the list. The name of the source book, anything. Dun, dun, dun. Puss in Boots? Yeah, I like that one. The Last Wish. A really nice animation. And Puss in Boots. Antonio Banderas' voice is brilliant in those. All You Need Is Kill is a manga series, right? Like 2 volumes or something. It says here, in a time loop during an alien invasion, a resourceful and isolated woman navigate the repetition of the death until her crossing paths with a shy young man trapped in the same cycle. Interesting. Yeah, I'll have to find this. The artwork looks really cool. As far as like the anime type stuff, I really like Akira. And I've tried to get, it came out forever ago. Let's see. But I cannot get. I've been trying to get my Frigga's daughter's boyfriend to watch it forever because he's huge into manga and he's never watched it. And I go, how could you be huge into manga and never watch manga and never watch Akira? Because Akira was amazing. It was 38 years ago, but it looks like it is a manga, but I am not sure if it came first or second. What? The All You Need Is Kill? I have it on my list. Yes, Akira is a mandatory must watch, and I just cannot get this guy to watch this thing. No, it's fine if they see different things. I'm just saying, no matter which one you like, Akira is a must watch. Need to watch it then. Yes. You might be lying to you. Who? Honestly, I watched Akira once a long time ago. Out of my way. Long time ago, and have no desire to watch it again. It is a different kind of movie, without a doubt. Even an anime, but I don't go out of my way to watch every episode or movie there is. Well, anytime you do like a top 10 manga anime, Kira's always either number 1 or number 2. Galaxy Express 39 was a very nice, I think it was actually a Galaxy Express. Is that supposed to be 1999? I will look for that. Same here. I enjoy media, but I don't often seek it out. Well, the movie Your Name. Doop 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 doop. This one looks familiar. The artwork is very much the same style as kind of like Rhyme a little bit. Reminds me, the cover actually reminds me a lot of Rhyme, but I will put that one on the list. Because I'm going to have to check to see if I have any of these. Your Name was 2016, so 10 years ago. Love those stories from decades ago, but when I stopped watching manga, only got back into it about a year ago with campfire cooking with my observed skill of friend. My favorite anime right now is the English translated version of Ghost Stories. That one makes me laugh, and I rewatch it often because it's so absurdly silly. But they didn't translate it straight across. It was like 100 plus episodes of, oh wow. I will look it up. Galaxy Express 39. Yeah, so for the English translation of Ghost Story, they just told them, write whatever you want. You don't have to follow the story. And they did, and it is definitely different. Maybe I should hunt it down, or maybe it's better left to nostalgia. If you don't mind a somewhat darker fantasy, Zero is a good watch. I don't mind dark stuff. If you think about it, like Ghost in the Shell was pretty dark. Yeah, that one. But I remember like some of the very first, like Speed Racer technically was one of the very first animes way back in the day. It was silly. I can check out. Honestly, don't care if the main characters are OP, as long as the side characters aren't morons. Yeah, that is a trick with manga and anime. Sometimes the side characters are just ridiculous. Solo leveling is also amazing. Okay, we'll look that one up. +1 to solo leveling. Okay. 2024. Okay. Yeah, the ones that are newer are ones that I could probably find. The older ones get very, very hard to find. Let's see. So regarding Zero, there's two. There's the TV series from 2000. Okay, it would be this one. Starting Life on Another World. There's a re-edited version from 2016, 2020. It says re-edit, so that means that someone touched it. So let's put the years in 2019, 2016, 2020. Okay. I have learned that you may also like the Saga of Tanya. Let's see. I'm looking all these up, as you guys mentioned. The Saga of Tanya, the Evil. This one looks like it's still going on. Doop-a-doop-boop-boop. Because it says 2026. The last episode made or released was on what date? Let's see. 21 episodes. Second season. Last episode was released on August 26th, so just 2 days ago. So that one's still going on. Cool. First season had 12 episodes, and they're 8 episodes into the second season. We have ads coming in 1 minute and 22 seconds. No, I mean, I want the ones that, not just anime, but other movies as well. So, because like when I was a kid, we had Speed Racer, we had Kimba the White Lion, which was very much, there's a lot of controversy around that one, but that happens. Learning some wrong lessons from Western cinema rather than creating something unique. They're looking for a formula that works. Oh, that's too bad. That's why I liked Akira, because there wasn't a Western formula in Akira. It was very eclectic. So I have 9 things on here. Or sorry, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. That one is a repeat. Repeat. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Anybody hear that?
Scritty Scree says, anybody hear that? There are zombies nearby.
So close. Here they come. My home hero. (2023), and there's a movie in 2024. Okay, what's the difference between the series and the movie? Oh, there's 2. There's a live action one. There's an animated one. And then there's a movie. My Home Hero the Movie 2024. And that's a live action one. So you have to be a little more precise as to which one you're talking about on My Home Hero. Underrated anime. Okay, so the animated one. Because there's a live action TV series, there's an animated TV series, so I'm assuming you're meaning the animated TV series. We also have to mention again that Optimus Prime's voice died yesterday. Because the anime for My Home Hero is still in production, so it doesn't have an end date. It started in 2023. Told that as well. It's fine with me. It's okay. Maybe odd child, but violent. TV miniseries. There's a movie. So what I would suggest is if you put something up, it looks like a lot of these have a TV series, but they also have movies. So I don't know if you're talking about the TV series or the movie. So when you put something up, let me know. Yeah, there's a live action TV series for My Home Hero and a live action movie. But there's also an animated TV series for My Hero that ran. It looks like they ran simultaneously. I can talk, honest. Pilot's TV series. Okay. The TV miniseries was 2018. 14 episodes. So there's only one season. That's okay though. I have a lot of things that are only one season, so. ...2018. Okay. Okay. It looks that's the main TV series. There was a second TV series in 2023 for Horimiya. There's a TV series in 2021. There's another TV series in 2023. And then another series in 2021, which looks like it ran simultaneously with the first one, so I don't know which one you mean. You have to be a little clearer. Okay, this one is pretty straightforward. Log Horizon. Wow, that's been running a long time. ...2013 to 2021. That's a pretty good run. Yeah, Chryson, I don't know which one you're talking about in regards to the Horimiya. I don't know how to pronounce it, and I apologize if I'm screwing that up. Because like I said, there's 2 TV series. And there's 3 TV series. There's 2 of them in 2021. Or one's a mini series, one's a full series. And then there's a third TV series in 2023. Well, I believe I have all of his stuff, so. I have all the Ghibli stuff too, so. Tensu. That one's running 2021. Okay. Jobless Reincarnation. Doop 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 doo. Season 1, then missing places. Season 2. Okay. Yeah, some of them are a little bit confusing when you're looking them up. Yeah, there's two. Yeah, jobless reincarnation. Missing places is 2. Okay. Okay, well, I'm assuming you mean the top 2. Because there's a third one after those 2. And I don't know if it's the same thing or not, because it looks like it's different actors. So 2021. 13 episodes for Missing Pieces. Let me see who the actors are. Maybe I can tell which one it is based on who the first actor is. Okay. Let's go back to here. Okay, that uses the same. I'm going to go with the ones that use the same actors, so that's where we're going to do it. Assuming that that makes it the same characters. Honestly, I let you roll tell me which series go together. That can be rather confusing at times, yeah. That is a great safe bet. Yep, cool. So what about like regular movies? We've got anime pretty much covered. What regular movies do you think we should be exploring or looking at? Because I tell you, there's a lot of them that I have not seen of late, so... Let's see. Yeah, let's see this. Movies released. Domestic box office, 2026. Was the Odyssey any good? I didn't go see it, so... Toy Story 5 I didn't go see either. Super Mario Galaxy movie. I'm looking at movies based on, let's see, release dates. Let's sort these. Okay. The Marching Band doesn't sound interesting to me at all. Insidious. Yeah. Spa Weekend. Mutiny. Fast and the Furious was re-released? Really? Okay, that's a choice, I guess. The Magic Faraway Tree. Hotspot. There's some really, like, oh my god. Stranger Than Fiction. Amazing movie. Will Ferrell except it's his own comedies. He is a great actor. His default comedy is not for me at all. I think Stranger Than Fiction we already have, but I will add it onto the list. I just want to make sure I get all your guys' suggestions here because it helps. I would rate Odyssey a 7 of 5. Good watch, but not something I would call a masterpiece. Oh, that's too bad. Let's see, what did it do in the box office here? The thing I was taught growing up in LA, in the LA area, is you can always tell how good a movie is based on the second week it's out. So if we look at the Odyssey, let's see if it's going to show it break down into weeks here. Oh, it does. Okay. So let me pull this up. So here's the breakdown of the Odyssey into from the week's release type thing. Let me get this open up a little bit more. And it basically tells you when it was released, which was July 17th. The daily was 50 million. So here's how you tell if a movie's good or not. You watch this right here. If the movie makes less than 50% its second day or even its second week, then it's a crap movie. It's basically how you look at it. So it came out on a Friday, Saturday, Sunday. So that weekend was 9, 12, 120. Yeah, 100, we'll just say 120 million. Now, if we look at the second weekend, so Friday, Saturday, Sunday, it was 50, 70 million. So it's still good. That's not a bad thing. So it went from 120 to 70 the second week. Third weekend, 30. Yeah, so it's not dropping too bad. They're an expense, though, like the Shawshank Redemption. Oh yeah, there's a difference between movies that become cult followings, like Shawshank became a cult following. Another one is It's a Wonderful Life, which you see every single year on TV, failed at the box office big time. If we look up, in fact, we'll look up Shawshank, and we can show my point. Oh, wow. That was not what I copied at all. Oh, it's overcopied. Okay. It appears. Let's look it up. Survey says 1994. So here's the domestic breakdown. Number release 4. Let's get this in there. So original release, it made $28 million. What was its budget? Its budget was 25. So it actually did make money. It made $3 million its first weekend for its original release. Re-released, it did 0. Yeah, it barely made its money back, without a doubt. But it's also one of those movies that in the box office didn't do well. Emperor's New Groove, one of my all-time favorite movies, Disney animated movie. Adjustment Bureau, I remember that. That's is that the Ben Affleck one? Pretty sure that's the Ben Affleck one. The game was great. I liked the game. That was pretty good. Oh, it's Matt Damon. Okay. Were they saving him? Oh. Yeah, that one was brutal. Budget of 50 million, 21 million domestic. Painful. Oh, The Recruit. But yeah, it used to be that if a movie did not make, in its second week, didn't make more money or didn't make more than 50% of the first week, then it was considered a flop. But that was a long time ago. They're not saving him, then it can't be a real Matt Damon movie. You can't fool me. The game was really good. I liked it. I liked the fact that it had me going for a while, which I thought was good. And Michael Douglas, I thought, did a good job. But yeah, domestic opening, it doesn't even give the budget for it, but the budget couldn't have been too bad. But it made $211 in, here, let me pull this up so you can see this whole thing. It made $211 in New Zealand. They did not wide release this movie. That's crazy. I'm not going to either. So domestic was 48, international was 61, worldwide it made 100. But it doesn't give the budget, so. But definitely a movie worth watching. Let's see, what's a Tomb Raider? I actually like the Tomb Raider. I thought she did a good job on it. I was really heavily into Red Dwarf at the time, so seeing which Tomb Raider are you talking about there on that one? The Lara Croft Tomb Raider or the Tomb Raider, the new one? Budget 94, made 200 worldwide. That's not too bad. 2018, so this one. Yeah. Okay, ba-dum-bum-bum-bum. See, what did I miss up here? Atomic Blonde. I heard about that one. I didn't watch it, but I know which one you're talking about. Yep. Bum-bum-bum-bum. We will get all of these into the system. Now, let's see. Its budget was 30 million. It made 100 million worldwide, so that's not too bad. Yeah. Cool. Spoil it. One of the Odyssey. One thing for the Odyssey. I went to the theater when it was already out, and the place was still filled. Okay. I thought she was amazing, honestly. Cool. The other one were okay, but don't get me wrong. I think it's awesome. Is that Charlize Theron in this one? Okay. Awesome. Yeah, we'll add those. I want to make a Where in the World is Carmen Sandiego game on that movie just for fun. Oh, that'd be quite cool. Let's close this up. Okay, so Stranger Than Fiction. Emperor's New Groove. I think Emperor's New Groove is already on my list, but let's see. Its budget was $100 million and it made 160. So a 60% return. Take a look at this. Yeah, see, so this is Emperor's New Groove is a perfect example of what I was talking about as to it making more the following days. So it was up 15% the second day. It was up 73% the following on December 31st, and then January 1st it was up another 18%. So that's what you want to see. So if you look at weekends, so you can see the weekends went up. And this is what you want to check. This is what a lot of people look at first. This is how a lot of people in Hollywood rate a movie, is by the weekend grosses. So it was going up. That's what you want. Let's look at Atomic Blonde on this page. Let's see. Domestic. Yeah, see, it dropped 50% the first week, first to second weekend. Yeah. Dropped 50% first to second week. That's usually considered not good. And then another 45% the following week after that. So let's look at your Tomb Raider one. So this one did, let's go to domestic, come down here to weekend. Ooh, what about the week? Yeah, it dropped 50% 2 weekends in a row. So that's usually what tells theaters to remove it. That's usually what they go by. In fact, if you look here, is the number of theaters it's in. So it's in the same number of theaters the second week. Let's see if we can get this a little bit closer. So this is how many theaters it was released in. So because it did 31 the first week, the second week it was in the same number of theaters, but it dropped off to 50%. So they start cutting how many theaters are showing it. So it was not in theaters that long. It was only in theaters for a month and a half, looks like. Somewhere around there. So yeah. It's fun though. I mean, it's I was raised in that area, so movies are what we talked about all the time and what we learned about all the time. And how they're ranked and how companies look at them and how much they get to hang around and stay around is a huge thing. So like, so yeah, for the Adjustment Bureau, it was another one. As you can see, okay, it had 21 the first week. So it went, okay, we'll keep it in the same number of theaters. We'll add a couple more theaters. And then it's like, oh, it dropped 45%. Okay. They start cutting theaters. So it did not stay in March, April, May. So three months it was in theaters. And by the end, it was only being shown in 116 theaters nationwide. It looked like it was more popular internationally than it was locally. Blair Witch Project is another one. Let's go ahead and look up its numbers because it did astronomically for what it was. It was made for $60,000. So if we look at original release, oh, it looks like there's not a lot of numbers on this. It's not gonna let me scroll up and down and go to domestic. Nope. So basically it made $140 million domestically out of a $60,000 budget. You can't beat that. That was weird. That was like way out there. But yeah, that's some craziness there. Ended up making $250 million. Yeah. That's a metric of suits. Marketing is good when it comes to adding in movies. It measures whether the movie makes money or not. It doesn't measure if the movie is good or bad. No, not at all. It's all about the money, not about whether the movie is worth it or not. That one was weird. It was a joke most of the time I watched it, and I was freaking out for a few hours afterwards. Oh. Yeah, this is all because in LA and in California, movies are about the money. It's not about whether the movie's good or bad. It's about whether the movie made money or not. Because you can look at some of the biggest disasters that there were. Like, say, Ishtar. Hopefully I spell it right. Yeah, Ishtar. Dustin Hoffman, Warren Beatty. You would think, oh, wow, that movie would have been fantastic with who was in it. It was made for $50 million budget. It only made $14 million worldwide. Internationally, it made $5. Yeah, so that's crazy town. In New Zealand, it made $5. It costs more to send it to New Zealand than it costs than anything else. And in theaters, it was originally released in 1,100 theaters. Theater averaged 3,000 per theater. It immediately started falling off. It was in theaters for less than a month, for 4 weekends, and it was given up. Let's look at Phone Booth. $13 million to make. It made $97 million worldwide, so that's not too bad. It did okay. It was in theaters for a good long time. Let's look at weekends. Yeah, so it had a little surge a month in. But yeah. But for 13 million, that's not too bad. Pirates of the Caribbean. Snow White 2025. I didn't even know there was a new Snow White made. Oh wait, yeah, I remember this. Let's look how it did domestic weekends. Yeah, that fell off big time. Let's see. Budget. It doesn't give the budget. It still made 200 million worldwide, so But it went out of theaters quick. It was literally in theaters for 2 months. People were just not going to see it. But this is, yeah, people just were not going to see it. 66% from the first weekend to the second weekend. 64% for week to week. That is some brutal numbers. That's why it was only in the theaters for 2 months. Desert Warrior. Last year made for, okay, no, it doesn't give how much it was made for. Ooh, didn't make them even $1 million back. Let's go week to week. It was in theaters for 2 weeks. It dropped off 94% between the first and second week. Oh my God. That's crazy. Wow. %94. Yeah, that up just a little bit more. Yeah, it's not the right button. Up. That's crazy, crazy bad. Doesn't really need to. Generational Spider-Man, The Brand New Day. I think that one got pretty good ratings if I remember correctly. Let's see. 2026. Yeah, that one made crazy money. It made $2 billion. Let's look at domestic. Weekly. Really? It made that much money? Oh, it made that much money the first day. Let's see the weekends. Yeah, that one disappeared really quick from theaters. I don't understand why they pulled that one. I understand The Matrix because the rule is 50%. But in this case, it looks like they actually added theaters and then just stopped tracking it. Let's look at the week. Yeah. Wow. Yeah, it's the phone booth is exactly that. Think about the reason they were able to make that money that for so little. The set is a city block and a phone booth. The whole movie is right there. It doesn't go anywhere. So it saves a lot of costs. Titanic's just crazy numbers, by the way. Because it was made for 200 million. It made $2.2 billion worldwide. Original release. Let's see. Nope. Original release, domestic. Do we have our weekend? Plus 23, minus 6, minus 13, plus 4. So you see it never hit that magic minus 50. Once you hit the minus 50, they abandon you quick. Because look, they kept adding theaters. It's only here. So if we look at the original, Yeah, so here is where it finally starts saying, because you had two 25s in a row, so that's another warning sign. And that's where they started cutting theaters. But then it was, geez, 5 months in, 6 months in. Yeah, I was not a fan of the phone booth, but so that was a good one. Titanic, $1.8 billion worldwide. That's not too bad. So if you look at your weeks, plus 30, minus 30, but barely went off the highs, so they kept adding theaters. Yeah. Crazy. You know, to be 6 months in and you're still over 1,000 theaters, that's pretty good. Speed did better. You think so? Speed. Made for 30 million. Made 300, so it made 10 times its money. Domestic. Weekly. So see, it was only minus 10 the second week, so that's good. Minus 6, yeah, so it kept, it was in 1,000 theaters for 3 months. That's not bad. It's consistent, and its drop was never more than 33%, so. Yep. Film economics. I don't know about that. I mean, there's a lot of people that probably say that I'm completely wrong in my theories, but this is the way I was taught to look at it. Whether it's right or not, I don't know. But it is interesting to look at it this way. You know, so let's, just for fun. Because I like to torture myself. The movie you will see, but you will talk about forever. It was made for $5 million, so it made 5 times its money. That's not bad. Oh, that's hilarious. How long was it in theaters? It was in theaters 5 weeks, 6 weeks? 6 weeks. Dropped 40% the first week. Tried to make a comeback. And then just fell off the cliff from there. But hey, it made its money back. But like I said, you will watch this movie and you will do everything you can to forget about it. But the second someone mentions something from it, you're going to go on. You're gonna talk about it forever, ever. Zombieland, the original, this one. So $23 million made it, so it made 4 times its money worldwide. Let's see how its weekly did. Yeah, see, it started dropping fast. Lost 38 the second weekend, 50% the third weekend, so that's when you'll see like minus 700. This is the follow-through for that. 700 theaters dropped it. 44, so another 300 dropped it. 49, there's 34, another 900, etc. But that's the way, if you watch it, that's the way it usually happens. But it had a pretty good run for 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 weeks. It was in theaters for 11 weeks. That's not too bad. Yeah, executive producers are usually the money. So, not always, but it's usually that's what it is. I like that movie. A lot of people did. But the problem is this is only about in theater. This is not about movies online, Netflix, anything. This is only about in theater. This is how they did in theater. Let's see if, so we can do, this is a major classic, 1946. Only made $11 million. It made $1 million domestically back in the day. The original release was absolutely terrible. Weekly domestic, there is no data. But for the time, for a Jimmy Stewart movie to only make $1.4 million in a week, or at all for domestic, is unheard of. Yeah, good or bad is always subjective. This is only money. This is only about how theaters look at it in regards to whether they keep it in the theater or not, because those seats cost money. We'll keep going. It's setting has zombies. It's not a zombie. No, that's fine. Yep. No, it's just, this is the way I've always looked at movies, and it's the way I was taught to look at movies. Back then we didn't have this. You couldn't look it up like this. You had to actually go and research it yourself, which was not easy, but having this actually makes it great. So let's see, like, just movies you guys have suggested here. So Stranger Than Fiction. Made for $30 million, made $53 million. That's not great. Domestic, let's see how many weeks it was in. It's only in theaters for 6 weeks. But you see where, when the percentage drops, theaters start bailing out fast. That's a terrible run. It only made $23 million, so you think with marketing and stuff like that, it probably only made about $10 million. So it only made about a third of its budget. Okay, we'll look at Pursuit of Happiness then. I'm more than happy to look up any one you guys are talking about. So Pursuit of Happiness, 2001. Which one? 2001 or 2006? 2006. Okay. It's spelled differently. No, it's not. Okay. So, made for 55, 300 worldwide, domestic, and I'm only looking at domestic numbers, and we'll look at weekly. So see, so it 6% jump, so they added 11 theaters. 21%, they still had hope. 49%, this is where someone was paying for getting seats in, and they just started dropping from there. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 weeks. Well, it was in the top 4. It must have been, when was it released? December? It should be. I can kind of see, yeah, it's a Christmas type movie. But yeah, it fell off quick. Lord of War, huh? Oh, Nicholas Coppola. Made for $50 million. This is going to be painful. Yeah, I'm gonna wait for the zombies to pass. What time is it? Okay. Yeah, domestically it got killed. It only made half the money spent on it domestically. That's painful. But you can see where it follows the same pattern. Oh, wow. Minus 70%. Wow. Minus 50%. Lost 600 theaters. Yeah, once it drops out of the top 10% too, I forgot about that. You also have to look at when it drops out of the top 10%. Because it goes down so fast after you drop out of the top 10%. Yeah, it made squat. Too funny. Okay, let's see, how much do we have till we have 6 seconds. Okay, so Lords of War is one you guys put up to look at, and yeah, so you can see it fell really fast. Yeah, only 7 weeks, and if we look at domestic weekends, you can see more clearly from week 1 to weekend 1 to weekend 2, it's 46%. So he lost 600 theaters. Then it fell 50%, lost 1,000 theaters. And then just fell off from there. Wow. Oh, wow. They also have things that were going on at the time. Hurricane Katrina was going on. What about juggernauts? Like Avatar. Oh, that's a whole different realm. Avatar is up there with Titanic. So if we look at the first one, 2009, it was made for a quarter billion dollars, basically, and it made 2.9 billion. And if we look at the domestic weekly, we'll look at weekly first. It stayed above 3,000 for a while because you see it was number one. It never dropped below that 50% mark. You know, then it started dropping off. But if we look at weekends, it'll be a little bit clearer here. So, of course, they're going to keep it. Of course, they're going to keep it. Some theaters are going to start going, okay, it may have done its run. That's 4 weeks later, which is a long time in movies. You know, then it's still only 14 drop off, no drop off here. So it didn't lose any theaters. All the way down to, it just kept going. Look how many weekends it's showing before it starts showing 50% down. Are there any other 50s up here? There's a 43. But yeah, so if we go back to full weeks, it didn't hit 50% until, God, way the fuck down here. Way down here. It was only in 4 theaters at that time. But that was July, so that was 7 months later. That's for Avatar. That's a good fucking movie. I enjoyed the movie. It was fun. But it made its money back in the first 2 weekends. Or in the first 2 weeks. And then just kept going. But here's where it dropped out of top 10. and it was still making $3 million at number 12. So, but cool. My wife and I got a box set and rewatched it together. Way more fun than scary now, although I was around 10 when I watched it the first time. Which movie was scary? Oh, Nightmare on Elm Street. Yeah, Johnny Depp's first movie. A Nightmare on Elm Street in 1984. Made for $1.2 million. So it basically made 24 times its money. Original release, domestic, weekends first. So it went up 43, added another, yeah, pretty much the same thing, but fell off pretty quick. Opened ranked 13th. Let's look at the weekends. Yeah, see, it follows the same pattern. Once it starts falling off, and then once it drops below 50, it's going out of theaters pretty quick after that. Yeah, Michael Ironside was really good in that. Yeah, it was Johnny Depp's first movie. Here, I'll show you. Nightmare on Elm Street. Where is he at? Let's get a picture of him. Where is he? There he is. That's Johnny Depp in A Nightmare on Elm Street. He was the boyfriend. And if you look at his movie list down here, we go all the way to the bottom. His very first movie, Nightmare on Elm Street. Yeah, 21 Jump Street was 5 years later, I think. 87, so 4 years later, 3 years later. I have never seen an episode of 21 Jump Street. But yeah, that was his first movie. That always makes me laugh. But it did pretty good. I mean, it made, like I said, if they made it for... Oh wait, no, they don't put the budget in here, so I don't know what the budget was. Let's see. No. It doesn't say what the budget was, but it made $25 million and became a legend, so... Became a legend movie. Sam Winchester, we can do Friday the 13th. Okay. Was he in that? That's funny. Friday the 13th, 1980. Jamie Lee Curtis, I believe, right? No. No, maybe not. I forget. So domestic opened 39 million. Domestic weekends. Domestic weekends. 1. Really? Huh? Did I hit the wrong button? Domestic. It was only in the theaters for a week? That makes no sense. Huh. There must be data missing, in all honesty, because that doesn't make sense to me. No, I guess it was only in the theaters for 1 week. That's crazy to me. No. Yeah. It did a second release. It says 39 million. I guess they don't have numbers on this one. That was the 1981. This one I never saw, so I didn't see this new one. Budget was 19 million. Yeah, it made its money back the first weekend. But same thing. Once you cross that 50% line, cross 50% and drop below 10, top 10, and your time in the theaters is waning fast. But I never saw this one, so. But it looks like it made 4 times its money, so good for them. Jared Podolsky is from 2009. Oh, it's the 2009 one. Okay. Let's go back over to IMDb then. Jared. Oh, okay. Was that his first movie? Let's see. House of Wax. It was not his first movie. Baseball and the Ballerina was his first movie. Then he did some TV. Yeah, he definitely made the horror circuit. Friday the 13th was 2 years before Supernatural, so yeah. Oh, he's in The Boys now? I did not know that. Oh, he's only in 1 episode. Okay. Interesting. His first acting job was Gilmore Girls. Was it? That's not what's down here. According to this, his first acting job was Baseball and the Ballerina. Well, where's the Gilmore Girls? He did TV, Close to Home, ER, Silent Witness, Young MacGyver. He plays Clay MacGyver. I guess that's MacGyver's brother. Gilmore Girls. Yeah, he did 63 episodes of the Gilmore Girls. So yes, he was in the Gilmore Girls before that, but it wasn't his first acting job. He had done 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. He did 9 projects before that. But good for him. He played Dean Forrester. Then in Supernatural, he played Sam Winchester across from Dean Winchester. At 2000? Yeah, but still, even then, he still did the baseball movie and Silent Witness before that. Second or third. Also, depending on which 63 episodes he was actually in. Because there's 153 episodes. Was he in the first 63 episodes or was he in the second 63 episodes? There's one way to find out. So if we go to, we'll go to episode 7 season 7. Season 5, and we'll see if he's in the credits for those. Go to a specific episode here. Is he in the credits for this one? Let me pull it down so I can get them all on the So it looks like he, oh, there he is. So yeah, he was in the 5th season. Or sorry, the 1st season. Okay, so he was in the 1st one. So yeah, let's see which one, if he's in this one. This is 1. The pilot. Was he in the pilot? He was in the pilot. So yeah, so that was October 5th. Let's go back to his thing. So maybe it was his 2nd thing. You might be right. House of Wax was gotta come down here. House of Wax release date. So this came out first. This was May. Oh wait, I got my numbers all screwed up, don't I? Oh no, it's supposed to be down here. This is the one we were checking. Was this before October? Doesn't have the release date. Okay. Yeah, it's funny. He played Sam in Silent Witness. They usually put the release date on this, but not sure what's going on there. Ah, too funny. February 96, so no. I was looking up the wrong thing, so oh well. Oh, it's a TV short, so it doesn't, that's why there's no date. Okay. Well, cool. Yep. Cool stuff. He was a good guy in 21 Gilmore Girls. For more information, I'd have to bug my wife. Don't bug your wife. My coffee is cold. So's my tea, by the way. My tea is cold. That's some pretty damn cold tea. So yeah, so Alien. Oh, okay. Well, the first one. Let's see how that did. I'm going back and seeing what I missed. It was made for $11 million. It made $109 million, so it made 10 times its money. Original release. Domestic. Weekend. Yeah, see, so it did that, plus 100, yeah. Jump back into number 1 again. Sorry, I took the window down. So this is Alien. Its budget was $11 million. This is the original Alien, not Aliens. But so domestic weekends, 21, 16. Yeah, so it did really well. It did not pass the 50%. It looks like it never passed the 50% mark. It was number 1 and number 2 the whole time. Let's look at weekly. Yeah, so 5 weeks in, it got a whole another boost of Now let's look at its predecessor, or its follow-up, its sequel. This one's going to be massive. So it was. It doesn't give them that. Oh wow! I expected it actually to do better than that. See this? Domestic. Weekend is #1 for 4 weeks. Didn't drop below 10 for a couple months, so yeah. Didn't get above 10 for a couple of months. Most theaters kept it. Let's look at the full weekly. Yeah, it started dropping off. But yeah. Never had a huge drop. Had a consistent decline, which is okay. But like I said, as soon as you drop below that, out of the top 10, you're done. Very few theaters will keep you after that. Well, there is Pitch Black, but there's also Triple X, I think is the first one. Is it? I'm trying to remember, is Pitch Black the first one, or is Triple X the... I forget. Let's take a look at Pitch Black. The Chronicles of Riddick was the... Pitch Black was the first one. Chronicles of Riddick was the second one. Made for 23, made 39 domestic. Weekly. Yeah. It had 2 solid weekends of no loss. And then started dropping off, dropped into the top, below the top 10. 4 weeks in? Yeah, 5 weeks in. And then hit the 50% mark. Once it hit that 50% mark and it was out of the top 10, then, yeah. Slow decline. Weekly. Yeah, first 2 weeks did really, really well. Yeah, but that 50% mark is there every single time. Let's get the sequel. Which is the Chronicles of Riddick. Made for 105 million. Oof. Opening was 24. Oh, this is going to be painful. 61% the first weekend. 51%, then 70%. Yeah. This was going fast. $59. In its third week, it lost 1,192 theaters. I don't think it ever got a video game. My funniest thing about Vin Diesel is there's a video out there where he was trying, when he was 16, he was teaching breakdancing. And if you can find the video, it is hilarious. You know, a 16-year-old Vin Diesel teaching breakdancing. Yeah, financially, this one was pretty painful. Chronicles of Riddick. Okay. Yeah, I didn't know that they went on with these. Also, there are 2 video games out there. Okay, cool. But yeah, there's Vin Diesel videos out there of when he was a kid, and he was on. I don't think YouTube was around yet, but I think that he was trying to teach breakdancing. Vin Diesel breakdancing. See if I can find it here. Yeah, it's still out there. If you just look up, God, what year was this? It doesn't even say what year this was. It's over 20 years old. I know that, but there is a Vin Diesel how to breakdance video. It's the original one. My favorite Spielberg movie still is, oh God, what was it called? The Duel, which is probably a movie none of you have ever heard of. I think it was his first movie. And it was about a guy driving on a road and a truck. I'm pretty sure it was his first movie. Let's see if I can find it here. Oh, so many things have been called that since. Let's see if I can find it in the... No. 23. Great Duel, no. Is that it? I'm just going to have to look up Steven Spielberg. Bump. What year was it? Was that his first? It may have been one of his first movies. It's pretty close to. Let's see. That's back when he was sneaking on the lot and pretending to be a director. Used cars. It's not even on here. Oh, because this is the producer list. We want director. All I want to see is directing. Okay. Let's see, there's Columbo. Oh, yeah, okay. 1971. Called The Duel. With Dennis Weaver, who later went on to become McCloud. A menacing truck stalks traveling salesman David Mann across the desert highway. It's literally all in cars, and you never see the truck driver. But it was an interesting movie. I saw it when I was a kid or when I was younger, and it was pretty freaking cool. Saving Private Ryan was good, but it's another one of those spend a lot of money to save Matt Damon things. Way too much money has been spent saving Matt Damon. It's funny when you think about it that Steven Spielberg actually directed an episode of Columbo way back in the day. Mm-hmm. He directed an episode of Marcus Welby, MD. He directed 2 episodes of The Night Gallery. He directed 1 episode of The Name of the Game. 2 episodes of The Psychiatrist, Columbo. Then The Duel was his 1, 2. Okay, those are shorts, so we won't count shorts. 1, 2, 3. The Duel was his 4th movie, not counting television shows. And then Jaws, of course. But Jaws was even for... He did The Duel, 2 TV movies, then Sugarland Express, then Jaws, and then Close Encounters. So yeah, his then he did 1941, which was just like, what? And then Raiders of Lost Ark. So yeah, he put him out quick. Matt Damon is the survivor on Schindler's. Is he really? He has to do somewhere in there. He has to be some... Is he the survivor in Schindler's List? That would be funny. If he was in it, then yes, that would be his part. I've said before, is there's a... In most movies, you're trying to save Matt Damon, but people are trying to kill Ben Affleck in all his movies, so... Is Matt Damon in here? I don't think so. Let's see. I'm not seeing him. Matt Damon. Okay, let's see. No, I'm not. Oh, those are... I want to see actors only. Okay, when it does that. Okay, there's the Odyssey. No, he wasn't in Schindler's List. It's a good joke, though. You got me. They were shooting the scenes with the puppet that day, and I came out of looking derped up. And they just couldn't. Really got me. Check Discord. Okay, someone you put up the Vin Diesel teaching breakdancing. That cracks me up. I saw an interview with Matt and Trey about that and why it happened. About which thing? Oh, Matt Damon. Yeah, people love making fun of Matt Damon, but people also love seeing Matt Damon get saved. The Jimmy Kimmel Matt Damon fight is historic. My favorite part about that one was that I think it was Ben Affleck was on the Jimmy Kimmel show and came in with Matt Damon attached to him with a jacket over him so you couldn't see him. So he snuck him onto the show. That was hilarious. Let me see if I can find that on here, if it's in here. Jimmy Kimmel feud. Ba, 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 ba. Let's see if I can find the one where... Oh, that's the whole I'm effing Matt Damon. Oh, here it is. Ben Affleck sneaks Matt Damon onto the Jimmy Kimmel show. It's hilarious. I want an A-Team movie about them saving Matt Damon on G.I. Joe. Yeah, that would be funny. So yeah, so if you look up Ben Affleck sneaks Matt Damon onto the Jimmy Kimmel live show, it's pretty funny stuff. And then there's all the him and Sarah Silverman doing the I'm effing Matt Damon, and all the sequels to that, because a lot of people put out some other things in there too. Pretty funny stuff. So we got a lot of movies here, and we got a lot of TV shows I need to look into. In the end, Matt Damon is Cobra, or the Red Skull. Nah. Oh, the A-Team. You can't have the A-Team because Banachek is dead. Oh yeah, that reminds me why I don't like Matt Damon. Mm-hmm. Too funny. Yeah, but it is interesting that in their movies, people are always trying to save Matt Damon. But they're also always trying to kill Ben Affleck. Don't understand that one. See, I like Jimmy Kimmel's original movie, which was their original TV show, which was Win Ben Stein's Money. I really liked that show. That show was fun. If you haven't seen Win Ben Stein's Money, it's pretty good. That was before Jimmy was real famous. Schrodinger's Damon. Funny. What's going on? It's been a while. Hey, Davey. I liked your guitar image, by the way. I think that's the one that I saw. Let me see if I can find it here. We'll put it up and we'll talk about it in a minute, because there was something about it that... yeah, that is yours. Okay. Let me put this up here. I hope you don't mind. Can I put it... Do you mind if I put it up on the show? Ah, go for it. Okay. Okay, that's the wrong window. I hate when I get the wrong window. That was my other window. I want Discord. Okay, this one. So here's your image. So the thing that stood out to me is I love the concept quite a bit. I actually even like the texture you have into it. The only thing that bothered me is where my eyes go. And the one thing that I think about when I look at a piece of art is, where do my eyes go first? And in this particular case, my eyes went here. Let me see if I can get this on here. Oh. All right, my eyes went up here to try to figure this out. Because it kind of, oh well, this area here kind of came off as like a monster's mouth and a single eye and all that. My eye was here, wasn't paying attention to this, and this was really cool. So you lost me here because it kind of looks like the part of the hair is, the top of the head's over here, and the hair's over the top, and then there was like a weird mouth in this. So can you put over line from the golden ratio rule over the painting? Can you put over a squiggly line from the golden ratio? No, I can't. Oh yeah, there's a lot of contrast in that area. Yeah. But I like this. I like this whole look and feel. This just pulled me away from it because my eye keeps pulling up here. And that's... And then if you look, as my eye pulls up here, and the way the hair is, motion looks on here, the motion looks like it's going left to right, like he's moving left to right. But there's no motion anywhere else in the image. So it's the hair just doesn't seem to match the picture. And then, like I said, the weird thing here that ended up looking like a lizard's mouth and then a single eye, or even just one eye, and maybe there was an eye on the other side. I don't know. It just kind of I wasn't sure what was going on there. But everything else, in fact, I like the texture of the hair and all that. It actually is very cool. I just don't know where the actual head is, because this looks like the top of the head from where the hair's coming from. Yet this looks like a face. So it was a little bit confusing. But all this, I love this. I love all this. I love the way you put the guitar in. I love the texture you have on that. I love that. So, yeah. There's 3 gnomes in the trench coat. They're funny. Hair flailing about. No, I totally understand that, but I understand that it's hair flailing about, but the way it's drawn, I don't see where the top of the head looks like it's here. So it's a little bit confusing. The glasses. No, but that's all. I mean, I love, like I said, I love the texture of the hair and all that. It just seems like it's coming from a point here out and over. So, I don't know. That's just my opinion, but from a concept of the concept itself, it looks pretty cool. But once I saw this lizardy looking face, I couldn't see anything else. So that's just me. Was it really the last minute? Yeah. Got the hair down and the implied head, but noticed the glasses at the last minute. I don't even see the glasses, so I'm not sure what you're talking about with the glasses. I'm missing it somehow. But cool. But like all art, everything's subjective. My opinion really doesn't count. I'm just telling you what I'm thinking, that's all. Yeah. The rim of the glasses is very faint. There's an outline that I sketched in. Okay, let me leave it. Oh, okay. So this is supposed to be one of the lenses of the glasses? And then this is the arm of the glasses? And then that is his mouth then. Because this just kind of came off as a Cyclops eye. But like I said, the hair seems to all be coming from over here, which I can see kind of, but because you put short hairs up here, it pulled me that this was the top of his head. Okay, so these are glasses. This is the arm of the glasses. Yeah, but you can see where the hair looks like its origin is way over here, coming across. So it's a little confusing. That's all. But this, all this, love this. Love the look, love the texture to it. I was just a little confused by this. Cool. At first glance, that's not what I saw. But based on the size of his hands, even though they're closer, the lens is pretty big. So the lens for the glasses. But yeah, I like the colors. I love the idea. Just the hair has thrown me off quite a bit. It made me, once I thought that the hair was coming from the other side, I couldn't place facial features. So I never even saw the glasses as glasses, or because even if it was glasses, the other lens from the glass would have held the hair up a little bit, and it just seems to pass right through it on the far side. But we have 19 seconds before zombies. But all in all, I think it looks great. But welcome back. Sorry, I hope I didn't hurt your feelings. I'm just telling you what I'm seeing. One thing that, well, I'll wait till after the zombies go by. How many does it get? I'm waiting for zombies to pass, then I'll answer your question and leave.
Enedmanum says, hydration reminder.
I just drank some cold tea. We have about 15 minutes and then we'll do dad jokes, because we're still doing dad jokes tonight. Mm-hmm. 25 seconds. Five seconds. Okay, Malieve, to answer your question, how many dads does it get out of 10? The bottom half, let's get it back up on screen here. Ah, I hit the wrong button. All right, the bottom half, all of this down here, gets a 9 out of 10. The top half here gets a 6. So That's a total 7.5, I think. Yeah. I'm back from ads. Yeah, so to answer Maleev's question, I don't know if you heard me, but the bottom half here gets a 9 out of 10. All this part. This part gets a 6, which gives the whole thing a 7.5. Cute. I didn't know that we're using my pictures as a scoring. But it's pretty cool. Like I said, this top part just confused me a bit, that's all. But cool beans. All right. Okay. Check the reference. Thank you very much. Moment. Oh, wow. You got to turn it into a print? That's cool. It is Friday. And I'm back from the kitchen. Welcome back. I have not gone to the kitchen personally, but it is out there. I have no deliveries today, but I do have some tomorrow and Monday, because I had to order more toothpaste. When I was in the UK, I found a toothpaste I really, really liked, but you can't get it here, so I have to order it, and I'm sure it's going to be a huge markup. Oh, wow, that's cool. Yeah, very cool. I'm answering what you said, Davey. That you got, yeah, I got a really good response on social media, even from some of the members of the band it's from. So that's very cool. Very cool indeed. Yeah, it really does. It really does, like, pull your attention. So you're going to have one of those prints where it prints it on a canvas, like a framed canvas? Yeah. Well, it doesn't look like he's using their piece of art directly. You thought it was a touring guitar player. Interesting. Looks great. Yeah. Yeah, the look and feel of it's great. But yeah, I can see where you would think it was a... It's based on a still from their music video. What band is it? Did you already say? Oh, it's Loathe? Okay, let's look up. Okay. Emojis. Oh, cool. I'll have to look up some of their music later and see what it sounds like. They look very intense. And they're not even camping. I'm kidding. Oh, cool. I guess it's supposed to be that guy. Okay. These guys are awesome. If you like shoegaze, power up the core, they're really cool band. Oh, okay. Taking some of their art as far as digging the dreads. Yeah, I can see where they do like that kind of style as far as like the look. Yeah, I'll have to look up more of their stuff later. They do look familiar though, so maybe I saw them when I was in the UK or something, or not went and saw them, but heard them, or I'll have to look up their music later today and maybe add them to our album of the day. Put it down here. Do. Cool. Did you know 9 out of 10 musicians hang out with a drummer? That is true. The drummer is Eric Beckerstaff. Awesome. Name is familiar, but I don't know why. Okay. Eric Beckerstaff is a guitarist and vocalist from Liverpool, England. He is part of the metal band Loathe and produces for the band Static Dress. Okay. Interesting. Cool. Okay, enough advertising. Next. Okay, where are we at? 4 more minutes. Thank you for sharing the band with us. We'll take a look at it. There is a fine line. That's why I'm trying to say, okay, let's stop. Oh no, it's fine. I love talking about this stuff. You know. And that's one of the reasons why I have our movie of the day in the first place, and why we have our album of the day as well. Is number one, to maybe show you movies or albums you've never heard of, and you know, was thinking this is the longest intro before gameplay ever. No, it's the last Friday of the month. This is our talking day. Last Friday of the month is always a talking day, unless I have my days messed up. No, it's Friday. It is the last Friday of the month. No worries. I think that because I was not here on Wednesday, it's kind of thrown everybody off. I will check out Loath's new album. So, and just check them out in general because I don't know them. So, I've actually added them to the list. Didn't even notice the missing Wednesday. That's okay, it happens. Yeah, I went to the eye doctor Wednesday morning. Didn't get out of the eye doctor till almost noon, and my eyes were dilated so bad I couldn't look at monitors. So I was waiting for them to calm down, and before they did, it was like 6 o'clock. So it took it till like 6 o'clock for them to get to the point to where I could look at a monitor again because they were so freaking bright. I put something up on Discord, but I must have been late. Yes, and a new desk fan since I have to blow on this one to get it spinning. I have a... Oh, so Wednesday was Hello Dark. No, it was the complete opposite. I had to sit in the dark because my eyes were dilated so big that any light was overpowering my vision to like no end. Because I have super, super tiny pupils, and I'm not used to bright light at all. In fact, even the lights that we use are somewhat a little bit bright. But when you dilate my eyes, I'm just not used to that much light coming in. So we couldn't see the comment on Discord. Our eyes were dilated. Haha. Delated. Did I put one out? I thought I put one out. Maybe I didn't. Let's see. Announcements. Okay, that's today. That's yesterday. This was at 11:54 in the afternoon. I am home, but my eyes are dilated. And I spelled it wrong. And I cannot look at the screen for a little while. I will let you know when I can see and can turn on the lights for the show. Yep. I'll also let you know when my new glasses get here. So they said it's going to take about 2 weeks, but because I have weird shit that has to go on with my glasses, it always takes a while. weird. Yeah, check this real quick. Yeah. Okay. Yep. Yep. Still found no cohort ideas for new emotes. Hype was suggested, but can't figure it out. Well, I think on the 7th, we're going to start the new schedule. Yeah, the 7th is, I think, because it's a Monday, and it's not next Monday, it's the Monday after. And in the new schedule, we're going to do a Monday, Wednesday, Friday. It's going to be gameplay. And then Tuesday and Thursday is going to be game dev. And I think that's going to work out. We're still going to do dad jokes, but we're not going to do 20. We're going to do 12. So we'll see how that goes. If 12, because originally it was 20, then we're like, okay, well maybe 10, but 12 just feels right to me. So we'll try it with 12 for a week or so, see how that goes. But on both days, we'll do dad jokes both days. You know, and we're still going to do the voting for who we're going to raid, but those votes will be we'll still use the spinner and all that stuff to keep the voting to a minimum, so that it's not like taking a half hour. But after we do that, we might want to sit down and think about what new emotes we want, because we did retire a bunch of remotes, and we do have a lot of slots, but in tier 1, 2, and 3 that we can put new emotes in. Go on Discord, go to GIFs, and type FM. Huh? What? Oh, there's Vin Diesel. Okay. Go here. Go to GIFs. Do I really want to type this? Okay, I did not even know that this was in here, but okay, cool. Too funny. I would have to use some of these. Of course, there's America. Fuck yeah. That's an idea for Sky. Okay. Too funny. Oh, what is this up here? Okay, I'll have to look at that later. All right, let's put this out so we can go over to there. What the hell? Okay, now it's better. Come over here. Okay. Then question, do you want your doing that motion or Vikings? snacks. We have 30 seconds till zombies, so we're all good here. Get the timer working. Get over to the bar. I'm open to whatever he wants to make, Sparta. We have kind of adopted the Viking thing pretty heavily. Don't worry about animating it. I can animate it.
Thanks.
All right. Okay, let's go here. We're all good. Get to number 1. Alrighty. Let's get together for our dad jokes. Starting with number 1. We got our water, got our snacks. Here we go. Number 1. What has teeth but cannot eat? We do have a correct answer on the board, but I think it's a lie. What has teeth but cannot eat? A zipper. As someone who in my childhood learned about zippers early, they can eat and they can bite. And they don't bite you someplace nice. I have had more than one something about merry moments, shall we say. Number 2. What is Marco's favorite clothing store? Sneedling, you are once again correct. What is Marco's favorite clothing store? It is Polo. The problem is Marco was trying to sail around Millie's fat ant to get to Asia. Scry, don't worry about animating anything, just just worry about making something cool. Don't worry about animation. Number 3. What is always in front of you, but never be seen? What is always in front of you, but can never be seen? Chryson, you are correct. What is always in front of you but can never be seen? The future. Unless you drive a DeLorean. You're just never going to let that go, are you? Number 4. Number 4. What's a word you say when you're surprised, and it's spelled the same forwards and backwards? Sneedling, you are correct. It's also a halfway decent game. All right. Number 5. Why did the deer go to the dentist? Sneedling, once again. Why did the deer go to the dentist? It had buck teeth. Did I miss the button? This one's just silly. Number 6. What word rhymes with gold and describes age? Hugo, you are correct. It is old. Okay. Number 7. What kind of candy do astronauts like? We do have a correct answer. What kind of candy do astronauts like? Mars bars. Sneedling, you were the first one to answer Mars bars. How many cups of coffee did you have? Or how many monster drinks did you drink today? All right. Number 8. What is the cutest creature in the sea? Touch of evil, you're no longer allowed at family gatherings. We do have a correct answer on the board. Although it's spelled wrong. But I'm going to take it anyway. What is the cutest creature in the sea? The cuttlefish, with D's, not T's. But I'm going to give it to your team, so here you go. Yes, she does, but you don't have to stare. All right. Number 9. Why was the little girl sad after the Easter egg hunt? All right. We do have a correct answer on the board. Why was the little girl sad at the after Easter egg hunt? Because an egg beat her. An egg beat her. Someone did cursive in chat? I didn't even know that was possible. Oh, you mean italicized? I think you have controls for stuff like that. Number 10. What's a vampire's favorite holiday? What is a vampire's favorite holiday? We do have a correct answer on the board. What is a vampire's favorite holiday? Thanksgiving. Thanksgiving is the correct answer. Number 11. What was America's first national park? We have a correct answer on the board. What was America's first national park? Yellowstone. That is correct. Believes fat ants back with trees and everything. Number 12. Which country has the most islands? We do have a correct answer on the board. Which country has the most islands? Sweden, with 270,000 islands. It gives you 2 6-packs. You guys are killing it today. Number 13. Why did the light bulb get fired? Why did the light bulb get fired? Captain Irrelevant. I'm going to accept your answer. So why did the light bulb get fired? It couldn't stay bright. It wasn't bright enough. I'm going to accept that. Alrighty. Number 14. Who played the role of Vito Corleone in The Godfather? Captain Irrelevant, you are correct. It was Marlon Brando. Number 15. What was Mac's first web browser? What was Mac's first web browser called? We do have a correct answer on the board. What was Mac's first web browser called? Samba. It was Samba. Safari is what it's called now. Yeah, some of them are pretty savage today. Hopefully everybody understands that it's all humor. It has nothing to do, it's not anything to be held against anybody. It's just jokes. Anything more than that and you're wrong. There are times when the humor goes to dark places, but that's okay. I personally don't hold it against anybody, so. Yeah, so far you guys are. There's only 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 left. I don't think any of them are on my side, so. There's only 1. So the odds are not good for me.
Brains.
The odds do not look good for me. Number 16. What is a ghost's favorite ride at the carnival? What is a ghost's favorite ride at the carnival? Tower of Terror. Haunted house. No. Scry. The scary go round. Ghost train. Or the roller coaster. We do have a correct answer on the board. What is a ghost's favorite ride at the carnival? The roller coaster. God, it's so, what's stuck in my head now is that damn song. Roller coaster of love. Say what? Roller coaster. Ooh, 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 ooh. Love roller coaster town. I just hit the microphone. Sorry about that. I had to adjust my legs. Roller coaster. Apparently there was a roller coaster that some people got hurt on yesterday or the day before in LA. I think it was at Magic Mountain. I could be wrong. It could have been an old story and I just thought it was a new one. But I'll have to look it up later. But they've had to shut down a roller coaster because people were getting brain damage from it. Oops. Okay. Been an odd week, yeah. People just keep dropping dead this week. I don't know, in the last week. I just don't get it. Look at this real quick. Okay. Yeah, deadly Six Flag roller coaster finally closed after latest victims needed emergency surgery. in the LA Six Flags 2 times ride at Magic Mountain. Which coaster is it? It's not Colossus, because they closed Colossus long ago. I guess it's called the X2 roller coaster. It has been closed down. All right. Number 17, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. We have the right number. Yeah, so Six Flags showed up, shut down the X2 roller coaster because apparently another person came into the station after riding it in a coma. Number 17. Which land animal has the longest lifespan? Which animal has the longest lifespan? You have to be a little bit more specific. The name I was given, I need to make sure this answer's right. Sorry about that. Yeah, the answer that this, well, okay. We're going to stop the clock. You guys get the can. Because the answer is correct, but according to this question, which land animal has the longest lifespan? It is the St. Helena tortoise, which is the giant tortoise. So you guys are right. This is just way too specific an answer. The island of St. Helena in the South Atlantic Ocean is where its home is. The oldest known living land animal is a giant tortoise named Jonathan, who is approximately 192 years old. So, yeah, Jonathan the giant tortoise. The main difference between tortoises is that tortoises live exclusively on land, while turtles spend most of their lives in water. So that is the difference. Land versus water. Tortoises are land, turtles are water. Although turtles can come out of the water. See how they are? Okay. I don't know. Do they not? Number 18. A man pushed his car into a hotel and immediately lost his fortune. What happened? A man pushed his car into a hotel and immediately lost his fortune. What happened? We do have a correct answer on the board. A man pushed his car into a hotel and immediately lost his fortune. What happened? He was playing Monopoly. No, I need no name. You are correct. Giving you guys your third six-pack. I'm thinking you got a clean sweep coming here. You got 2 left. Only one of them I think I have a chance on. Number 19. What is the difference between a poorly dressed man on a tricycle and a well-dressed man on a bicycle? What is the difference between a poorly dressed man on a tricycle and a well-dressed man on a bicycle? Yugal, you are correct. It is attire. It's both the tires on the bike and the attire they are wearing. Okay, here's my last chance. Number 20. Looks like it's my kind of joke, though. I don't set these up, so it's hilarious that this is a joke that comes up as number 20. Why did the Jedi go to art school? Why did the Jedi go to art school? To learn color theory. To not invade Poland. To see more than light and dark. To learn how to use the Force, so he could draw a lightsaber. You guys are so very close. You're so very close. One word is all that separates one of your answers from the truth. I think I have to give it to you guys. I do. It sucks. Timer stopped. Why did the Jedi go to art school? Okay, I'm gonna wait. What? It's possible. The first one that was close was Yugal. The second one that was close was Sneedly. So, why did the Jedi go to art school? To learn how to draw the Force. To learn how to draw the force. Yeah, Sneedlings is the closest, without a doubt. So that's why I had to give it to you guys. All right, clean sweep today. It looks like we lost somebody. Oh, wait, nope, don't do that. The evil one is no longer with us. Please don't hold his answers against him. He was just joking. I think evil got upset with us and left. I hope he knows we were just playing. Oh, touch of evil. I'll have to check on him later. Sure that everything's okay. No worries. We'll see what happened. I'll check on him. It is also the end of dad jokes. He might have... No, he left before the end, so... Let me see, are they in there? No, they're gone. Okay, well... We will check on him. Alright, the score today is 20-0. And you guys got the very last Star Wars joke too. So I don't think it's been 20-0 in a long time. Now, according to the list of who's online, he's not online, so. Yeah. He's on Discord, so just left from here, maybe for the day. Okay. Well, as long as he's okay. Good example of dark humor I need on name. All right, let's get this all cleaned up. Well, we'll see. Hopefully he will be back. Alrighty then. We have time left. Let's go back to up here. Yeah, I don't know how to tell if someone's in Discord or not. Are you guys' names the same? Oh yeah, he's still there. Let's see what happens. Okay. Boop, boop, boop. Okay, so where were we? We were talking about stuffs. Yeah, we kind of exhausted the movie idea and know how they judge that. So what is our next subject to talk about today? I mean, we can talk a little bit about what we're going to do with the show on the 7th. Like I said, it's pretty straightforward. We're going to do Monday, Wednesday, Friday as gameplay, and Tuesday and Thursday as game dev, unless something else comes up. I'm actually very happy that we did step away from the game dev a little bit, because I was kind of running out of things that I could do without, in the time that we allot, without having a team to actually send onto it. So danger of sex before marriage. Yeah, it's called Children. That is the danger of sex before marriage. Children. But of course, it's also the danger of sex after marriage. It's funny, I need no name, but I'm looking at the meme you put up, and that kid has been in a lot of movies. Okay. Zombies are coming in 42 seconds. We'll try to think of something through the weekend. Maybe sketching a few emotes roughly this way. Yeah, I mean, don't worry about the whole thing about animating or stuff like that. Come up with a good concept first and keep with your strengths. Don't worry about where it's going or what it's going to be at this moment. Just worry about making something that you're happy with and then go from there. It's an interesting problem. Fitting something into a small square. Oh, yes, it is, without a doubt. But that's going to, if you're going to be in games, that's going to happen forever, because you're always going to have to literally make things smaller and smaller and smaller all the damn time. But you will learn different techniques for making it readable, because that is the next trick. Lots of contrast. Okay. Okay. Another light. Yeah. That's why we were really lucky when we did things like the Super Nintendo games and stuff like that, because we just used 3 color theory. A color, a shadow, and a light. And then white and black. So that was all that we ever really used in the beginning before we started using 3D stuff and stuff like that, where lighting was taken care of and all that stuff. But if you're drawing it, it's just gonna be 3 colors, a black and a white.
Brains.
And you'd be surprised how far you can get with that 3-color theory. You get a lot of things done. Wow, are we really that close? Yeah, we have about 30 minutes left. Yeah, so do you think that that our new schedule idea is going to work out? I mean, is it something that you guys are good with? If you need a topic, I would love to hear about your old D&D campaigns. It's been so long. Because all the D&D campaigns I was with is I never put one together myself. My boys like doing that kind of thing and all that. But the D&D campaigns that I was in, Bob Fitch always ran, and he was a brutal dungeon master. Absolutely brutal. You know, at one point, my 7-foot albino with no charisma was literally left dead in a ditch, and they kept walking, and they just walked away from him. Which Bob just thought was hilarious. But I have a drawing of him somewhere, because Sam drew him. I think it was Sam that drew him many years ago. It was hilarious. But yeah. But as far as putting like D&D things together, I didn't do a whole bunch of that. That was more something that my boys like doing. Jason was really, he has like a whole box of it. Well, oh yeah, because they were blurry as hell, you know, the CRTs. Yeah, I still remember when HD first came out and people started using it. The funniest part was TV. Watching the news is the old TVs and the old CRTs put a little bit of blur on everything. So your newscasters and stuff like that were not ready for HD from a makeup standpoint. And you could see every single flaw, which you couldn't see before, and it completely freaked them out. Yeah, once we start getting into, there's another thing that you might want to think about, Scry, is when you make something, look at it on different monitors to see how it looks. Because one of the things, there's several things that we ran into early on that were a problem. Number one is artists drawing in a room that had no light on it. No light on in it. So by the time I got into the game, it was so bright that you couldn't put it in the game. Or in some cases, it was so dark because they were drawing in a dark room. And you wouldn't think that makes a difference, but it actually does. Yeah. Even further with that, it looks different between my app and Discord. Yep. On some monitors. Absolutely. The same thing with audio is when we used to do conversions for audio for the different trailers and stuff like that, or even the in-game cinematics and stuff, we would have to, the audio guys would have to listen to it on all kinds of different setups for speakers, because it would sound different in everyone. So you'd have to keep working until you found something that kind of worked on everything. And it wasn't like you could do one set of EQ and have it work every single time, you're always changing. There's always a certain amount of high and low compression that you had to do to make it sound good on everything. But graphics are exactly the same way. As you don't know what kind of monitor people have. You don't know what they're playing on. You know, they could have got in and adjusted all kinds of things in their monitor to where their colors don't look right at all. That's why I posted so many versions of the same thing on Discord. Just because it actually looked different on it. Yeah. And it always will, because your color is never the same. That's why you might want to go out and get a spider, and which can color calibrate your monitor. We used to color calibrate the monitors on my team every 2 weeks to every month. We would make sure that we used a spider to color calibrate the monitors, so that we knew that we were using colors that actually existed, as opposed to saying, oh, that will make a good shadow, and then find out later that it wasn't even close because your whole color spectrum was off. I think they still make spiders. Let's see. They're pretty inexpensive. I know I have one in a box somewhere. Color calibrator. Yeah, spider color calibrator. Do they still exist? Spider with a Y. Yeah, they'll run you a good 130 to 190, 130 to 200 bucks. Because I even use one, not a spider, but I use a color calibrating fold out for when I'm even, let me see if I can zoom in on this so I don't do an advertisement for it. Because I have something like this that I use when I'm doing photography. Not that. I have something like this that I can hold in front of my camera to get the color then use that to color calibrate the shoot that I'm doing later. But for your purposes, I think a spider is probably would be a good thing to get, which is I don't know if they even make them under the name of spiders. Oh yeah, they do. Okay, so they do make one. It's these things here. And they're used for calibrating your monitors. It's not bad. And you actually put it on your monitor, and then it reads the temperature of your monitor and then tells you how to set your monitor, what settings to change on your monitor to calibrate it up. It's pretty cool, actually. But we used to, like I said, we used to color calibrate our stuff all the time. They look quite a bit different than they used to. Yeah. Because sometimes your computers, like Photoshop and your monitor, may not be working with the same color ranges, and it will your artwork will look weird after. I ever wonder the usefulness of this. If no one else is using it, then does it have impact? I don't know. No idea about balance or monitors, but yeah. This is a standard, but if it's not well, you're never going to be able to match to what everyone has. So the best thing you do is use something like this to make sure that your monitor is calibrated to your computer. And that's why it's good, because what it'll do is you put it on your monitor, and then your computer puts colors up in front of it. It analyzes those colors and then tells you how to adjust your monitor so that those colors are represented correctly. So that's the best you can do. You're not going to be able to match to every single monitor out there because you don't know what people have touched on their monitors. You're never gonna be 100%. But if yours are calibrated, then you'll at least know that what you're making is supposed to look the way you think it's supposed to look. Because most of the time what happens is the white balance on your monitor is so off from your computer that it screws everything up. So, and some of these, and I don't know if the new ones, this one does it or not, but some of these will actually adjust your computer and monitor itself, but I don't know if this one does that. But if you're doing anything with photography and stuff like that, it's great to have because you can make sure that your photographs are balanced correctly. I had 2 monitors. The old gaming one had so bad colored when you put new on next to it. Yeah, that's another thing you do is look at them on 2 different monitors side by side and you'll just go, oh my God, how? I think I saw one that like auto adjusted the settings. Cool. They are out there, but they're going to cost you. But yeah, that's another thing is if you have a dual monitor setup, you can look at different colors side by side on them and go, why do they look so different? And it's because your monitors aren't calibrated. It's also important, like if you're working on a team, that everybody on that team have the same calibration settings so that you're seeing what they're seeing. Because I've seen situations where someone's monitor was not calibrated and they turned artwork into someone's whose monitor was calibrated, and then they had to go back and they kept going back and redoing it, trying to get it to look right and couldn't. And then they realized the monitor wasn't calibrated, but it will save you a whole lot of bad work. I think I'm good for now, having checked my stuff between PCs and phones. Cool. That's all you can do. You use what you have, but these devices are out there if you're interested. Yeah, I used to, when I was actually doing art, I calibrated every 2 weeks to once a month. Because it's also kind of fun to watch the spider do its calculations and stuff too. So, and you can get a good half hour of just sitting there watching it in your day at work. So that's always good too. Why would you calibrate so often though? Because it was just policy. Because even though, sometimes like if you're going between games or stuff like that, you have a tendency to touch stuff because we're humans and we're just like, oh, that doesn't look right. I'm going to adjust that. So there's a difference between when you're playing and when you're actually doing work. So when you're doing work, it may be perfect, but when you go into a game, it looks really odd. So you start adjusting things to make the game look right. Then you play your game, you do that, and then by the time you're done playing the game, which is usually like 8 hours later, you come back and you don't always remember to recalibrate your monitor to what it was before. And you can write down your calibrations and change them, but it was just habit to make sure that it was done is every 2 weeks to a month. Because so many other people's work relied on your colors being right and your colors matching the colors on their monitors so that their colors were right. Because sometimes, Scry, to answer your question even better, sometimes it's not about you, it's about the whole team. It's not that your machine is wrong. It's just that someone else's machine might be wrong, and being able to have everybody's calibrated just made more sense. And it's not that big a deal to do it. I mean, 15 to 25 minutes or so, and done. And sometimes it come back and it would say it's all good. You wouldn't have to do anything. You just run the app and it would be fine. Like all the monitors I have right now are not calibrated. Not in situations to afford or need it, but we'll take note of it. Yeah. The funniest part is when you get a piece of artwork back from someone you worked on for it and they go, why are the colors that way? And you're like, oh damn. And then you have to think about stuff like this. And then you have artists that are just flat out colorblind, which we had way back in the day when we were working on in the second office. We had this guy come in and he was interviewing as an artist and sat down at a computer and drew a bunch of stuff, drew some trees, drew some other stuff. And Alan came back in to check on him and looking at his art, and he called me and Sam over to look at the art, and he goes, what's wrong with this? Because Alan was colorblind. And he goes, what's wrong with this? And well, he drew trees, but the trunk of the tree was green and the leaves on the tree were brown. So he reversed the colors. And he just turned, and the artist just turned and said, oh, I'm colorblind. Do you think that's going to affect my job? And then Alan goes, let's go talk. And then we never saw him again. So yes, colorblind will affect your job if you're an artist. It's another reason why calibrating your monitor is good, because if you have a little bit of color deficiency, at least you'll know that it's right when it gets to somebody else's computer. Because as you get older, your eyes do pick up less and less color. It's like my left eye, which has always been my worst eye, is having trouble now, and I may have to have a cataract lens put in, but we'll see how that goes. I'm not sure if I want my eyes cut into again. Do you find any of my stuff colored weird? Just for sanity's sake. Well, I haven't been grading them for color, so let's go back over here. I mean, the glove, your first glove that you put up didn't have as much pink in it as your second gloves do, your ending gloves. Because when you put the light on it, you used a very, very version of pink, it looks like, from my standpoint on my monitor. My monitor, like I said, could be wrong. But when you put the new highlights in, they come off very pink, which isn't a bad thing if that's what you were trying to do. But in the original ones, when you didn't have the highlights, but like I said, it could be my monitor, not your art. But all in all, this stuff's pretty cool. What's funny is I'm looking back at your Viking soda can, and I'm looking at it against our blue can. And yours could be the Vikings all meat root beer. Yeah, your colors are exactly what you wanted them, so that's all that matters. Doing a print, Davey, just so if you're still here, doing a print is load your image into Photoshop and change them into the, I think it's YCM colors, because that is going to be your print colors, and that's what they're going to look like. So you may want to look at it before you print. Because printer colors are a lot different from monitor colors. Whole different thing. I'm pretty sure it's YCM. I could be wrong. I could be remembering the letters wrong. It's been a good 10-15 years since I've had to think about it. CYMK. Okay, yes. I think that's correct. So you need to load your artwork up and convert it to that color range, and that'll tell you what it's going to look like when it's printed. And you may not like it, so you may have to make some adjustments. Which is also another reason why you want yeah, some conversions are brutal. "25 seconds before zombies come." I've seen some absolute hellacious digital to print conversions that were just like, oh my god. Are you sure that was the color you were going for? And then have the artist come back and go, what the hell is that? Did you hear that?
Scritty Scree says, did you hear that? No, zombies are coming.
Perfect. Yep, so just keep that in mind, that your print colors are not going to be they're not going to be the same as your RGB colors. Yeah, that timing was pretty good. And then you also have to worry about, even with the fact that it's less than half, is you also have to worry about the quality of the ink that's being used to print with. That has an effect on it as well. So it's not just that the color range is different, it's also that not all inks are created equal. DPI is different as well, yeah. Because I think standard DPI for even Photoshop is like 72 or something like that. I mean, but you can crank it up to 30 or whatever, or 300 or whatever, and do all that, but it's going to print massive if you do that. It all depends on what your printer considers a dot. Ads are done. Don't crank your settings more than what your hardware can take. No, that's 100% true, but that's also why you want to use something like a spider or something like that to calibrate all of your colors so that you can do that. You know, so that you know what you're putting out is something that can be used. Because on some monitors you can do a switch, which you'll have a setting for RGB, but you'll also have a settings for CY and be able to switch between them while you're working on stuff. I think my colors are pretty good right now. If we were seeing the same color, yeah, you're fine. You know, always adjust your palette. Don't adjust your monitor. Yep. Not sure if you saw the comments on YT. What comments? Let me see where we're at. No, I did not. Some Flash animation artists from Newgrounds discussed how they'd use weird colors to achieve complete different effects on finished work, as in a yellow would be used. Yeah. In fact, what you do is on the old video game systems, you'd use color shifting to create things. That way you wouldn't have to create new art. You could actually do shifting of the color palette. It's like the tires in Rock and Roll Racing. And we had color cycling. What they called color cycling is there were 4 colors set aside, and then they would be different colors of grays and blacks. And the programmer would say, take those 4 colors and run them one direction, like top to bottom, and it would look like the wheel was spinning forward, and then run it bottom to top if the car was going backwards. So, but you could use that color cycling for water. You could use it for anything that's moving, and you can pretty much get free animation out of it from a program standpoint and never have to change the artwork. Hey, my question got answered. Oh, okay. I didn't know you. Did you have one? Did you ask one and I missed it? I'm not seeing you up here on the list. Okay. Oh, the YouTube. Oh, okay. Yeah. Unfortunately, the YouTube ones don't come up on this list, but yeah. So yeah, you could, it's another way of getting free animations, and like if you're having things that are exploding and stuff like that, you can do lighting effects on a sprite that already exists just by changing the palette. And welcome, Scott. We all knew that the red turtle in Mario was originally green. They couldn't fool anyone. Yeah. Hey, and there's also the situation of being able to change if you have a single monster and you can assign different palettes based on where they're at. You only have to load one set of monster sprites into your game for, say, 10 monsters, and you save a huge amount of memory usage that you can use for other things. Usually there's no YouTube traffic. Yes, you are correct. You have bigger chance posting it on Twitch. Yes. Because I do not look at YouTube traffic, because usually it's Only Demon's the only one on there that says good morning every morning. And I say good morning to him here as well. Slime, red slime, blue slime. Yeah. Green slime. Yep. All the same art. So you only have to keep one set of sprites for that character, and then you just change the palette based on location. Do you have to relearn your technique when you guys Well, for the most part, we didn't have LEDs for a long time. Yeah, I remember when we were a young company, we were poor. And machines weren't that great. We had CRTs for a very long time because LEDs didn't come out for a very long time. You know, and we were working day in, day out. We had 386s and 486s, and we remember when the new chips came out. You know, when the Pentium came out, we were like, oh my God, look at that. Now you run a Pentium today and you're just like, oh my God, shoot me in the head, it's so slow. Okay, interesting. Did you learn more? Okay, got that. There is a site, resources, that has a lot of pixel art sprites that one can look at and see how they did animations. Yeah, it was hard work, but it was also fun. Remember when devs used to care about hardware constraints? Yes. Instead of making a mess of a spaghetti and then hope the hardware picked up the slack. Yeah. Apparently an old way of doing animation was having a single static image, yes, but in the palette you cycle the colors, and the colors in the creator, the animation effects. Yes, that's what I was just talking about, is color cycling. Like I said, in Rock 'n' Roll Racing, the tires on the car use that exact technique, which is to make it look like the tires were spinning one way or the other. Did I miss the quiz? What quiz? Yes, you did. The dad quiz? Yeah, the dad quiz is usually around 2 o'clock. The dad joke quiz? Yep. Was putting the kids to bed. That's fine. No worries. So I missed that part. It happens. Putting kids to bed is more important. So yeah, master sprites. So color cycling was a real thing. Also, just changing the 3 color palettes to represent different monsters. Because you could create a sprite of a character and then have multiple 16 color palettes for them to change them into different levels. So like your green one would always be your softest one, and your red one would always be your hardest one. But still same sprites. If you look at Minecraft, some blocks in it do exactly that, where they just change the color. Yeah. Yep. GDC video on YouTube. Cool. Just get your kid a gun. What? That way they won't be afraid of monsters in the closet. Yeah, but they'll kill mom and dad when they come in at night to check on them. What I did for my boys when they used to do There's Monsters is I found this stuffed animal, and it was this crazy looking little black furry thing, and his eyes glowed and his hands glowed and all that, and we called him BB. And BB was, his job was to watch out the window and make sure no monsters would come. So he had little stickers on his suckers on his hands, and I'd stick them on the window, and he would guard the kids all night and keep the monsters from getting into the room. Because we'd check the room, there'd be no monsters in it. We'd put BB on the window, and then BB would protect them. You start kids with melee weapons and often... Good night, Scry. Have a good evening. Have a good sleep. Yeah, I was and Jason will probably say this as well, and I'm sure his brother would too, but I was a very creative father. I did not do things the way normal fathers would do them. Okay, let's see if we can get this thing working today, since it didn't work yesterday. Oh, I forgot to... Oh, because we didn't get any votes yesterday. And we didn't actually... Yeah, that's right. We didn't even raid yesterday because there was nobody to raid. Because it was freaking out on us. So we need a blank there, and we need a blank here. Now we just need to put these back in alphabetical order so that we can use them here in a minute. Bump, bump, bump. All right, that's all set. Now we can go up here. Perfect. All right, Peppa, we're afraid of monsters and kids. I'd be upset with you in her shoes told sheesh. You removed the spiders and then the mosquito picked her up to take her away. Huh? People who were afraid of monsters as a kid were lucky. My fears were the eldritch when I was a kid. My fear was my parents. You had not Zergs. It was this little furry monster that had glowing eyes. He was pretty cool. No, no cages. Although I do joke that the good thing about boys is you can duct tape boys together and put them in the closet and they think it's hilarious. But if you do it to your daughter, she'll call the police. They don't find it funny at all, but boys think it's hilarious. My wife, and look at my wife, AA, look that can turn your guts to water. That's stronger than. Okay, your wife's look that can turn your guts to water. Okay, got it. That is called kidnapping. Not when it's boys and you're goofing around. Yeah, a lot of wives and dads have that look. The look of, okay, I'm done. I'm going over here now. Sorry, Dad. I'll take care of that later. Don't worry about that. Kid taping. That's probably a better way to put it. I think it boils down to how long you leave them in the closet. No, that's what I'm gonna stick with. I'm gonna stick with that. All right. Let us go over here. Need to open this up, then we'll jump over there in a second. Not many people. Oh no, it looks like there's more on there online than I thought there were going to be. Okay. Let's jump over here. We are here. That's a scene from season 1 of Malcolm in the Middle. Is it? My boys used to be in all kinds of just like, oh, come on, guys. Because they were boyish, natural boyish. Dude, they drive their parents crazy. Like no one else. All right, can you see the names? Maybe a little bit more over to the right. Okay. Okay, we are all set. Let's start getting... Who comes out of quarantine today? Freya comes out of quarantine today. Now, let's get going. Number 1 on the list today. Or at the top of the list, not number 1, but at the top of the list. Pirate Software, but they're in quarantine. Sanctuary. Ray's in quarantine for a couple more days. Allfather. Maya. Furball Farm. Marine Mammal Rescue. Joe Cat. Manali. Didn't we just raid Manali? Maybe not. Maybe that's just checking. Ezekiel. quarantine. Mic feedback, sorry. Ferret software. Secret Agent Jacob. Joe plays violin. Hermione. Joy. Cute bunnies. August buns. Ebola. Ebola Colorhead. Mr. D. Mr. D Boy. Standard damage. Ricolin. Chimneys. And then Ram's Reef. Okay. 21. We haven't had 21 in a long time. A lot of people, so I'm glad we use the spinner now. Sort by N. Okay, come all the way over. That is a lot. Yeah, we're going to have trouble getting them all on the screen, so. There we go. We did it. Hey, Mikey. All right, let's grab them all. Open up our wheel. Put everybody's name in. Yeah, that's a lot. Shuffle them around so they're not in order. Oh, wow. We changed the size of that window, so it messed things up. We'll get rid of those advertisements. There. Okay. Right there. Move. All right. Get this up so I can see to mark everybody off. And we spin. It's spinning time. Okay, Ricolin. What is that? Yeah, I have a spreadsheet for my raids. We've been doing this forever because we end up voting on them as to who we're raiding. And we keep track of different things. So Hermione up here at the top. I do have spreadsheets that track spreadsheets. That is absolutely true. In fact, the thing that makes up our my list for the show is built by a spreadsheet that is fed by 6 other spreadsheets. Okay, SVOD TV. And our last one. Manali, it looks like it's going to be. Manali. I could have sworn we rated them last week, but maybe was when I was doing my searches. Do you ever have, okay, did you ever have you do the books for Prehistoric Blizzard? Okay, I'm trying to understand your question. Did they ever have you do the books for Prehistoric Blizzard? I don't know what you're talking about. You have to be more specific because I don't remember any books like accounting. No, I don't do accounting. In fact, I didn't even get into spreadsheets until after I left Blizzard. Yeah, so I don't think I started using spreadsheets until 2016, which was about 2 years after leaving Blizzard. Silicon and Synapse, we didn't have time for that. That was all done by Mike and Alan. We were too busy actually working on the stuff for the games to do anything else. There was just no. Okay, let's get out of here. I had nothing to do with anything to do with books or accounting or anything for Blizzard in any way, shape, or form. That is not my thing. Alright, so let's see if our poll stuff is working again. It looks like it's there. New poll. Our final raid vote. We have Adri Hermione, Esfod, Marine Mammal Rescue, Minali, and Ricolin. Alright, let's wait for the zombies to pass. No, I did no accounting whatsoever. I wasn't even paying attention to my accounting at that time. So, nope. Not a thing for me. But we've done shows about some of my spreadsheets because they're quite elaborate. Because I have one for like all the movies that we talk about. I have one for all the albums because we do a movie of the day, album of the day. In fact, you who answered the question can't hear me, so seems like a bad idea. Have your accounting books to an ex-plumber. Haha. Some plumbers do a lot of accounting because they usually are running their own plumbing businesses. So as I was saying, I didn't think you could hear me, Scott, so that's why I stopped. No, I did not do any accounting for Blizzard whatsoever. That was not my thing. I didn't even get into using spreadsheets really until 2016 after I left the Blizzard. Because I had to start keeping tracks of stuff in when I was at 6foot in Houston. And that's also where I started learning how to program in Python because I had written a website for the creative services team so that we could put stuff up and things like that, and then started keeping track of stuff in spreadsheets there. I never did it at Blizzard at all. I probably should have. I just didn't. My team grew too fast for me to grow into that. So all my spreadsheets were made after, and my love of spreadsheets came many years later. And then I learned how to make Python write some, and then I also learned how to use Python to use Jira JQR code to pull information out of Jira and build spreadsheets from that to show the progress of the team and show the work that the team was doing. Let's start our vote. Here is our vote coming up now. We have voting abilities back.
Anna Demon 500 says, don't forget to vote.
Okay, Recklin has 1, 0, 0. Okay, 1, 1, 1.
Yugal 87 says, vote early, hydrate often.
It would help your accounts go down the drain. Uh-huh.
Vote early, hydrate often.
I do have an accounting spreadsheet now. Now for my monthly expenses, so that I remember to pay everybody. Because it
Christen
gets,
says, this voice sounds like the engineer in the Division one.
Mm-hmm. Bum, 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 bum. Okay, our vote count right now is 11101.
11101.
Okay, I won't say anything. You go ahead, you. Now it's 11111. Now it's 2. 12111. 12121. We have a tie, so we will go to previous votes to break the tie. Let us see where the previous votes lie.
Sorry, poor timing.
No worries. Manelli has 5 previous votes. SFOD has 6, so we will be rating SFOD today. So let's put this up here. 8, what is it, 28? Okay. I'm going to move this over to here so that we keep track, since this is Friday, since we weren't, no vote yesterday and no vote on Wednesday, so we're putting those in there in the Friday slot. And then we can delete these. And we can go to SFOD and open up his thing. We can take this, copy it over here. Looks like he's in a car somewhere. Looks like he is streaming on the run. Okay, what am I doing here? We got this, this, this. I need this. And this is the... Monday is the 30th, right? 31st. Okay. Let's jump up to here. All right. We're going to build our raid starting now. Thank you guys very much for hanging out with me today and putting up with me just babbling on. Hopefully it was entertaining, if nothing else. Our raid is now at 2325. So we have 25 people raiding SFOD. Thank you guys for hanging out today. I will see you guys in 2 days, 19 hours, 8 minutes, and 50 seconds. Have fun, everybody. I will see you on Monday.